Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. Hi, what's your name? Oh, can you hear me? Michael. Yeah, can you hear me? Hello, everyone. I guess we'll wait for the crowds to come in. Okay, we're going to start soon, so if the panelists would come up to the dais, or dais, as they say.
I like how we just finalized this rivalry.
It's in the books.
Yeah.
It's me. Oh, I guess I'm in the middle.
Thank you.
Oh, I got moved to here.
Yes, we switched because I
I'm gonna have to
have my
have
paper.
her. Put me over. Gotcha. Well, I had been at the end.
Hello, how do you do?
Good. How are you?
I believe we met at Climate Reality. You're
Oh, potentially. Yeah.
Well, hello, everyone. We are live streaming this event.
Sure. Yeah.
So we're going to start now. Thank you, our attendees, for coming, and thank you, Digital Hollywood, for setting up this wonderful panel. I'm Susan Hamer. I'm with 360 Degree Communications, and we represent a lot of films about food and the environment. One of the films we worked on this year was called The Biggest Little Farm, which is now being nominated for all kinds of awards, and it's a wonderful film, inspiring, hopeful, about a couple who decides to start their own farm from a patch of dirt, the Santa Monica local couple. And we're working on a really cool film right now, and I hope I can show you the trailer if we can get that hooked up. It's called Fantastic Fungi, and it's all about the mycelium network underground, the mushrooms we eat, the mushrooms, what they do for the environment, for soil remediation. And actually, we're having a really special screening in Santa Barbara on Sunday the 24th, where Louis Schwartzberg, the director, will be there. We're having a great panel of people from Patagonia and foragers, and a post-panel reception at a great restaurant with mushrooms, and all the foragers will be there, not even expensive. So if you're in Santa Barbara on Sunday the 24th at around 4 o'clock, it's at the Marjorie Luke Theater. All right, so that's what I do. I've been involved in the food movement for quite a while, putting on the Good Food Festival and Conference, working with the farmers markets, and I really love this panel here today because everybody is so dedicated and committed. And we're going to start with Mel Nicola, who I've known for quite a while. She's a visionary restaurateur who is now inspiring underserved youth to live a healthy lifestyle. Mel believes that wisdom and guidance combined with opportunity will lift youth up out of poverty and into a life of prosperity and balance. And then we have Sabrina Williams. She's the CEO of Seed. Sabrina has worked with groups across the United States as a community organizer and organizational development specialist. In 2000, she founded the nonprofit Home and Community, Inc. to guide emerging groups in 40 states through the business formation process via its Seed project, which addresses food security in low-income, transitional, and homeless populations. Welcome. Andrew Bloom is the co-founder of In-House Produce. Andrew has had a lifelong interest in where food comes from, and he conducts ag tech practice In-House Produce, and it's an indoor ag tech company focused on reimagining the farm-to-table experience. He is an Al Gore-trained climate speaker who is hungry to continue learning and best position himself to foster green jobs, healthy food, local food, sustainable best practices, and resilient cities. And Elizabeth Bowman, I know her well. She's the director of the Farmers Market Operations at Sustainable Economic Enterprises of LA, which is CLA. And she formerly managed the Hollywood Farmers Market, where we did a great event with Chipotle one day. It was really fantastic. And she is a dedicated, now she manages all the CLA Farmers Market in Los Angeles, and she'll have a lot to tell us about that. And Mark Anderson is Farmer Mark, and he operates 5 farmers markets throughout Los Angeles and Orange County. And he served on the California Certified Farmers Market Advisory Committee, advising the Secretary of Agriculture. So unfortunately, Nicole Landers pulled her back and cannot be there, and she sends her deep regrets. So let's start this panel. Melissa, tell us a little more about your organization and cake.
So we're located in South Central LA. We're in a high school, currently in a high school, and we like to look at life from lots of different angles. We teach our kids how to grow their own food hydroponically, and then they develop a fresh, healthy recipe, which they're going to actually take to market at the end of this semester and hold on to the profits as a scholarship. And they study interpersonal communication and front-of-the-house skills, and they also learn health, wellness, nutrition, mindful meditation, stress management, and yoga. And we're looking at the body as a whole, mind, body, and soul, to try and get them prepared for entering the workforce or higher learning.
Great, thank you so much. And pull your microphones closer, just so we can get the audio. I'll make sure everybody can hear. Sabrina, so tell us a little bit more about your organization and what you do.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for having me today. Again, my name is Sabrina Williams, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Seed. which is a sustainable entrepreneurial ecosystem development company. And as Susan mentioned, it was formed out of a nonprofit. It's now a for-profit company, and we're basically bringing IoT solutions to home agriculture. So our little kit is a microcontrolled system that allows people to monitor their plants from anywhere in the world. And working from a one-for-one model, for each kit sold, one is provided to a farmer or a low-income grower. Essentially, what we're trying to do is address the global warming and climate change issue and help people play a role in reducing the impacts that we as humans are making on the world, and provide more food while we're at it.
Thank you. Great. And Andrew, tell us more about in-house.
Yeah, thanks. First, I just want to say I saw Biggest Little Farm like 2 weeks ago, and it was my favorite movie I've seen in years. It was just super enchanting, such an awesome story, and just really inspiring stuff. So thanks for that.
Welcome.
Yeah, so at In-House Produce, we grow food right where it gets served, right in the dining area of restaurants and other food service establishments. We do it through hydroponics, like cake. But it's designed to really look good. Right now, we're doing it for a few celebrity chefs. We're about to be in our first Hilton hotel, as well as some diners. Next, we're going to be doing some corporate offices, corporate campuses, and universities, some other awesome clients. So I'll talk about it some more, about how we do that as the panel goes on. But in the meantime, you can check out our Instagram. It's just at In-House Produce to kind of visualize the hydroponic microfarms that we build.
Thank you. Elizabeth, tell us more about what you do.
Sure, yeah. CLA is a 501c3 nonprofit. Our primary work is operating 6 farmers markets in South LA, with Hollywood being our flagship market. We also operate the Outwater Village and Echo Park farmers markets, and then we have 3 markets in South LA. We operate 3 out of the 6 or 7 farmers markets in South LA, which are the Central Avenue Farmers Market, at the Constituent Center on Central Avenue and 43rd. We have the Crenshaw Farmers Market at the Baldwin Hills Plaza. And then we have a farmers market at the MLK Outpatient Center in Willowbrook. We also offer nutrition education programming at our markets through the Champions for Change program that's funded by LA County. And we also form a lot of partnerships with chefs and independent educators to have ongoing programming at our markets whenever possible. And then each of our markets, we were sort of at the forefront of farmers markets accepting EBT and offering Market Match, which is a dollar-for-dollar match for folks who receive EBT benefits to spend on fresh fruits and vegetables at the market. So that takes place at all of our markets.
My local market, the Hollywood Farmers Market. Love it. Yes, and Farmer Mark, tell us more about you.
Yes, Mark Anderson, CEO and founder of Farmer Mark, former investment banker that took a wrong turn, though I like to view it as a right turn, and ended up becoming a farmer. So was farming on a small-scale farm up in Ventura County for about 6 years, and just kind of got to live the life of a farmer and realize how difficult of a life that can be to kind of keep a farm in business and sustainable, and kind of through that was also selling at farmers markets and kind of learned the huge importance that those play in the local food system, especially to keep kind of these small farmers afloat. And then kind of over the course of a couple of years, just kind of realized that my skills were better suited to be an operator of a farmer's market as opposed to an actual farmer. And so my goal is to support kind of small farmers in the best possible way by running markets that kind of cater directly kind of for the farmer and can bring them to you, the consumer, so that they can get kind of the largest dollar for their hard-earned work.
Where are your markets?
Yeah, I have 3 markets located in Los Angeles County. That's Playa Vista, Hermosa Beach, and Westwood Village. And then 2 markets in Orange County and Costa Mesa and Newport Beach.
Fabulous. Well, I guess what's on everybody's mind, I know on the panel's mind, on my mind, and probably everybody in the audience, is the climate change and global warming. And are we doing enough as sustainable people in the food movement? What are we doing? What are you each individually doing to teach you, so your constituents, and action steps, and what's the plan? What are we doing? Start with Melissa.
Awesome. Well, what we're doing with cake, actually, it's interesting, this was brought up by the panel, but we're trying to teach them how can they reuse all of the products that they've started with in their ingredients. What's the next purpose we can take it to? So we just created, from our plastic bottles, we cut them in half, we flipped over the top, we made little holes, and now we're growing some additional herbs from our recycled bottles. So this is something all the students are going to be able to take home with them. There's like a little straw cut out on the side so they can start to grow at home, which is, another way of our students who have really no access to any fresh food, a way for them to grow and recycle at the same time. So what we're doing with our program is one aspect. And what I'd like to see with perhaps, larger scale corporations and government is hit the climate change from two areas, not just one. I mean, if we have, a setup with the climate change affecting our food, what should we do about it? And we have a homeless issue, what can we do about it? Maybe we can merge the two, and we can take over abandoned buildings, grow hydroponically, and put people who perhaps were out of work and out of home to work in those buildings, using it as residential housing and commercial use. So trying to look at, maybe a trifecta or, a two-way approach, but not just singularly. So that's what I'd like to see happening in the future. So we don't have to deal with this, and we have a world that we can preserve for our youth.
Great, love that. Sabina?
Yeah, and so what we're looking at is it from the soil, the aspect of soil, and how do we create healthy soils? Because 70% of the world is fed right now on really not healthy soils worldwide. And we have a lot of small and subsistence farmers, and these are the folks that we want to be able to provide better watering practices and also soil monitoring so that they can make sure the health of their soils is where it needs to be. So for us, we're looking at a way to sequester the carbon and create this place where these smallholder farms and low-income farmers that are feeding the majority of people in the world can produce more on the small spaces that they have. So for us, we're definitely focused on the health of the soil and monitoring, having an ability to monitor through a very small system efficiently and cheaply.
Is that in Los Angeles, or is it all more than that?
Well, we're based out of Los Angeles, but we have partnerships that we've developed in Cuba, Mexico, and Congo. So that's where we're starting, and we'd like to be able to go out from that. But again, looking at how they're growing, where they're growing right now. And also, maybe we do our little part to make sure that we're addressing some of the greenhouse gas and impacting climate change in a positive way.
Great.
So I think everybody on this panel knows that food is very vulnerable to special interests, vulnerable to short-sighted decision-making that maybe is not so good for the soil. It's also vulnerable now to climate risk, and definitely was a big motivator for me to get into indoor farming. I've been designing indoor vertical farms and greenhouses for 5 years now. But what specifically motivated me from going from my consulting practice previously, where I had consulted for some of the largest utility companies in the country, for Coca-Cola and for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital and for some of the major mayor's offices in the city, in this country. Through that consulting practice, I learned a lot about how vertical farming is not necessarily a silver bullet. It's not a perfect solution, and through all that design work as well. And so when I really looked at the economic models as well as the technology that was available, I realized a big opportunity to create a lot of efficiency gains, and that opportunity was to grow right on site. Because if you imagine growing food at a farm, what happens is that food gets harvested and put into the cold storage refrigerated shipping chain. And that supply chain includes a refrigerated truck to a refrigerated processing center to another refrigerated truck to a refrigerated distribution center to another refrigerated truck. I'm getting exhausted just saying it. But ultimately to a commercial refrigerator where that food gets served. And the crazy part about that is that all fruits and vegetables are between 90 and 95% water. So we've built this entire supply chain essentially to deliver vitamin water to our plates. And for me, that's very inefficient because there's fresh water available in cities and in buildings everywhere. And so for us at In-House Produce, it was important to not measure food in miles, not have to deal with the last mile of distribution, which, by the way, is where 28% of the cost in that whole crazy supply chain exists, and instead measure food in feet, right, where we're just growing it right where it's served in a way that people can see it, that indicates a lot of transparency. You can see exactly the practices that I'm using to grow your food, so you know that I'm not, spraying it with harmful chemicals or anything like that. And it's much more sustainable. We recirculate the water. We don't use pesticides. Our runoff is extremely limited, as is, the food waste is essentially zero because it's not going through a supply chain and the chef only harvests it when it's ready to be used. And so, what I've really learned is that technology is not necessarily the answer. The answer is to do it locally and have people power. And, one of the most rewarding things for me has been imparting what I've learned over the last 5 years in terms of bringing all of the mechanical and structural and electrical and software engineering into a system that is essentially bioengineering to make it work. And that's been an ongoing journey for me, and one where I would like to definitely start to educate others and hopefully have a business model that works and inspires people to that they can do this work, and something where you don't necessarily need to be studied in all those disciplines that I just mentioned and still be able to do your part to grow food for you, your community, whoever that may be.
I love that. But let me ask you the question that people sometimes think about growing hydroponically. Can you address the nutrition factor of the soil versus non-soil?
Yeah, sure. That's a really great question. So hydroponics essentially means soilless growing. And for some people, I myself I love soil. I think it's great. Like, soil is a great thing. Like, what Sabrina's doing is super important. And hydroponics is just another method to do it. But with hydroponics, we do use synthetic nutrients that basically come, that's a blend of NPK, which is nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. And those nutrients are useful for the plants, but they are taken from, mined from other parts of the world. Mainly, the main mines are in Morocco, Chile, and China. So we use them in very small quantities. One jar could last one of my farms an entire year or more. So we're not talking about shipping that much, and what we are shipping is a shelf-stable nutrient. And then in terms of nutritional quality, what we've seen is that it's comparable in terms of minerals and even in terms of secondary metabolites like luteins, isothionates, beta-carotenes, all of those secondary metabolites that are anti-aging, anti-cancer, have all antioxidants, all those good properties. But what we found is really where the nutrition starts to decay is in that cold storage supply chain, right? Because when you've harvested that plant and shipped it over in refrigerated shipping, that is now a decaying piece of produce. And the produce that we grow, microgreens, they typically decay in 5 to 8 days where they're no longer edible. And as they traveled over in that supply chain, they don't arrive at our chefs until 3 or 4 days into the supply chain. So they don't last very long. And even when they get there, they're an inferior product versus, what was grown locally, whether that was in the soil or hydroponically.
Thank you very much. Great answer. Elizabeth,
Yeah.
global warming in Hollywood.
Global warming in Hollywood, it's a problem. I think, to Andrew's point, the farmers market is really there to cut out that distribution system, and it allows farmers to sell directly to the consumers. And one of the secondary benefits of that is the consumer can speak directly to their farmer, ask probing questions about their growing practices, their soil management practices, their pest management practices, and eliminates, I think, 3 or 4 steps in that supply chain. So, I mean, if you can't grow locally, and if you can't grow your own, farmers markets are sort of that intermediary. It's arguably a better carbon footprint than the sort of like food distribution system, although there's definitely some pros and cons. CLA, we're starting to think about what our role is in terms of facilitating, being like sort of a resource facilitator for our farmers and for our food vendors in terms of education around soil capturing carbon through soil management practices, regenerative farming, that sort of thing, facilitating, like grants to get to upgrade their vehicle technology and equipment to get them running on hybrid or electric cars. So we're starting to think about what our role is in sort of like climate change and some of the challenges that our farmers and food producers are facing in that realm. From a resource perspective, farmers markets are like an inherently to-go environment. So there's a lot of, we're realizing that we have to sort of insert ourselves between our farmers and our customers in terms of education around like bring your own reusable, refillable, whatever it is, container bag, produce bag, and we're in the process of doing waste assessments, especially at our Hollywood Farmers Market, to determine, what our waste looks like and how we can better redistribute our waste, be it recycling, composting, and hopefully eliminating what goes to the landfill from our farmers markets. But that's, we have 150 farmers in our network, 150 food vendors in our network, and then I think tens of thousands of customers. So that process change is going to be slower than we would like, but we definitely have an end goal of making our markets a zero waste
That's great news.
environment.
Maybe you should consider making some reusable bags that brand the
Yes.
market that we could buy when
Yes,
we go there.
yes, that's
'Cause it's
a
always
people power. That's a
single-use
people power
plastic
thing.
is
Getting
just
some
forget.
volunteers. We have I've been collecting, hoarding old T-shirts to turn into
Maybe
produce bags. but-
their kids can do it.
Done.
Put them together.
Let's do it.
Farmer Mark can
I'm
help.
in, Mel.
What is your approach to global warming? And how do you two farmers market people feel about groups like, or companies like Imperfect Produce and others that deliver the excess food that would otherwise go to waste to people's houses? Get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, and just to kind of touch on, I think really think kind of farmers markets are fundamentally intertwined with protecting the environment because of just really significantly local food, cutting down their food miles. They say 85% of farmers market vendors come within 50 miles of the market. So if you compare that to the average 1,500 kind of food miles that your traditional food comes from, that's a huge kind of decrease. Farmers markets also eliminate a lot of the packaging involved. There's kind of not packaging requirements, so it's great to think that a tomato can get picked from a field, put in a reusable crate, kind of come to the market, and you bringing your reusable bag can get it all the way onto your plate and into your stomach without any extra packaging, which when you're going through all those trucks that Andrew kind of talked about and through different centers, it's so much more waste involved. So those are really just kind of great fundamental things that the farmers market offers, as well as when you have kind of a farming family that lives on the farm and is raising their kids there, they're just naturally going to take care of the soil and the surroundings and their environment better than kind of a corporation that is growing on thousands and thousands of acres. So all those things really, I think, kind of contribute to the environment. One specific thing at our markets that we're doing is give a bag, take a bag kind of boxes at the market. So, all of us probably have 20 reusable bags in the trunk of our car that kind of sit there. So, taking those out and just throwing them into our bin so that the people that forget them, which also we all do, forget to take them out of our trunk when we kind of go there. So, that's kind of just to help kind of eliminate some of the plastic bagging that's involved. And then going to your follow-up question, I mean, there is still so much food waste kind of in the system. Thinking back to when I was a farmer, it's just appalling to think of how many kind of perfectly good tomatoes just got thrown away because we had no ability to kind of get them anywhere, either pick them from the field because we would just have lost significant money on the cost of labor, or to logistically get them to the right person. So the uprising of kind of these organizations that are kind of bridging that gap is very important because so much food goes to waste that shouldn't.
Great. Well, I'm going to do something unusual. I'm going to open it up to questions now because you might have some questions, and I want to make sure everybody's questions gets answered before I go on to any other questions. Does anybody in the audience have a question? Yes, in the pink.
Yeah, I mean, if I'll just take a stab at that. It doesn't make a difference. I guess I'm not on anymore.
Is she on?
But I think you can hear me. Can you hear me anyway? Okay. Yeah, it doesn't make a difference about the bathroom being right there, unless the bathroom is seeping into that area. Like that would matter for anyone. And the main thing for you would be to test the soil, to see what nutrients are in the soil. Is it contaminated? That would be your first step. And then you go from there. Does the soil need to be amended? Maybe you don't use that soil. Maybe you have a raised bed. Maybe you have some other, method for growing there. But you're only going to know that by testing the soil, and it's not going to make inherently a difference where around your house that you plant.
Yeah, how could you
Nursery, like a
nursery,
nursery
any
or
nursery,
local
Home
nursery?
Depot. I mean, big box stores that sell plants and soil have those online anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. You just wouldn't grow in that soil.
So she can take a bag of her soil to Home Depot and they would test it for her? Is that what you're saying?
Oh.
I don't know if Home Depot does, but maybe your local nursery might.
That's a great answer. And yes,
Hi, I'm Chantalyn.
Hi.
I was wondering, do you guys work with Kiss the Ground? I didn't hear. Do you know
Kiss
about
the ground.
do you know about Kiss the Ground? Anybody
No.
here?
No.
Well, I was thinking that's also another place because they all talk about soil, education on soil, how to treat it as
Awesome.
a living organism, biodiversity, regenerative agriculture. I was thinking that was also another place that they would help test soil. And
Great.
have a learning garden in Venice where it's organic for community.
Great.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Kiss the Ground is great. Not only is it a great movement and a great organization, there's a book that just came out about it, and a movie is going to be coming out soon that we hope to be working on called Kiss the Ground. And it's all about the soil. The soil is one of the, farming, I don't remember the quote, but it's like 10% of the greenhouse gases come from farming, and that's not counting cows right now.
Exactly.
So it's not counting the methane from the cows. So soil. Everything, the big buzzword now is regenerative farming. It's not just about organic and making sure, it's about that you regenerate the soil, that you put nutrients back in the soil. Maybe everybody could talk about what they're doing in terms of soil regeneration, and not everybody, but anybody who wants to chime in here.
Well, it's kind of ironic for me as a hydroponic grower to talk about this because hydroponics is usually soilless growing. Typically, hydroponics will use a grow medium for the plant to take root in. That could be like peat moss or coco coir or some other materials. But we actually grow on hemp, which is a compostable material. Obviously, it's bioavailable. So what we do is we grow on the hemp, and then we encourage our clients to compost that on site, and many of them do. And then that's turned back to the soil. So, because when we grow, the plants we grow, you only eat the top, you don't eat the root, and so it was very important for us to grow on a compostable substrate.
Can people come to see your operation and work? Is there a place that people can find, see
sure.
what you do?
Yeah, so we're right now in 3 restaurants or 4 restaurants in Los Angeles. We're at Pru and Proper in downtown LA. We're at Scratch Bar and Kitchen in Encino. We're at Hugo's in West Hollywood. We're going to be installing at Hugo's in Studio City.
Wow, my favorite restaurants.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, they're really terrific.
These chefs, you got to get these chefs to do some promos on it, because Pru and Proper, he's a great chef.
Yeah, Chef Sammy Mansour, yeah.
And he's in that whole network of Chefs Collaborative, so he's a real great chef. Say hello for me.
It's really fun what he does with the produce. So for those of you who aren't familiar with Pru and Proper, it's a Southern cuisine type of restaurant, like Cajun kind of Creole food. And so when we met Chef Sammy, he really wanted to assimilate us into the brand of his restaurant. So we said, "What do you want us to grow?" And he said, "The Holy Trinity." and I wasn't familiar with this, but apparently with Southern cuisine, the Holy Trinity is celery, onions, and sweet peppers. So we said, okay, we can grow over 100 different varieties, and we started growing those for him, and it became part of his brand. And it's a really fun thing to do. Other chefs maybe want us to grow different colors. At Hugo's West Hollywood, we're growing some beautiful pink amaranth because they thought that their demographic would appreciate a nice, beautiful pink plant. So just depends on what the restaurant wants, and we're certainly always looking for new dining services, new restaurants, anywhere really where food is served. Could be a school, a corporate campus, a stadium, a country club, a hospital, a spa, where I know part of today's discussion is about wellness, and definitely for wellness, we want to deliver that as well. I mean, with microgreens, I talked a little bit earlier about the secondary metabolites and the nutritional contest, but microgreens are actually up to 40 times as nutritious as the full life cycle vegetables they become. And one of the most nutritious is actually broccoli microgreens, which contain enormously high content of a compound called sulforaphane, which is known to significantly reduce the incidence of breast cancer. And so definitely would love to be in spas and other wellness organizations, really anywhere where food is served, where people want, healthy bodies. And it's also going to give you healthier skin, nails, hair, all of that. So you're going to shine inside and out.
Anybody else have a question? I have a question did somebody have one? Oh, yes, go ahead.
I'm Lindsay. I'm a chef up in San Francisco, and I talk a lot to my audience about buying local, going to farmers market, all that, organic. And I'm wondering, what you guys would suggest questions are for when you go to the farmers market, besides asking the farmer, is it organic, what's seasonal, to really drill into, what they're doing and making sure that that's the best choice for you and for the environment. I think farmers markets are starting to get a little more mainstream, and you're not always sure that it's not a big box like Safeway. Sometimes it's even there with their produce selling it as though they're a local farmer. So want to help people make the best decisions, and just wondering if you guys have some more creative questions that we can be asking more farmers besides is it local?
I would just chime into, those are great questions to begin asking, and then I would think kind of just try to take it to the next level. You ask, is it organic, or are you kind of spraying anything? And if they say no, well, then what kind of pests do you have kind of at the farm? What are your problem kind of pests or insects or kind of things? And then they should have an answer to that. And then if so, well, how are you dealing with that? And then, so if they're not able to kind of keep that conversation going and providing you the answers that you want to hear, then maybe you move on to the next stall.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I agree. I think the pest management question is a really important one, and one that can get probably get you a more detailed answer than are you spraying or are you organic. From CLA's perspective, we try to have our farmers markets be as affordable and accessible to everyone. So we get a lot of questions around like, will you point out who the organic farmers are? Like the Santa Monica Farmers Market puts a flag, or do you prioritize organic farmers in the vendors that you bring on? And our answer is always no. Like we want you to engage the farmer and have that conversation and find your way into that conversation in a way that's possible. And there's also a lot of barriers to getting these, third-party certifications that organic requires. There's a lot of disgruntledness in the farming community around the organic certification and how watered down it's become. So I think definitely like taking that extra like 15 to 20 minutes to be able to have conversations with your farmers and food makers as you shop the market is really important. Or sometimes if you're shy like me, just like standing back and listening to the conversations that people who are more familiar with the farmers or have a strong relationship established, see what kind of conversations they're having. There was something else, and I lost it.
Maybe ask where their farm is.
Yeah.
We've talked a lot about how the more local the farm is, the better. So I would just ask them where it is. And to the point about gripes about organic, I mean, hydroponic produce cannot be certified organic because it doesn't interact with the soil. That's just how that certification works. So for me, it's about being, chemical-free and local. Those are the two things that I look for in my own personal diet. But yeah, so I would ask where the farm is, how far it's traveled.
Yeah, and I would add Safeway should not be at the farmers market. So you want to also look for a certified farmers market, which means that all the farmers in that market have been certified by their county agricultural commissioner's office that they're growing what they're selling and selling what they're growing. And their farms are inspected at least annually, and the markets are inspected quarterly by the agricultural commissioner's office to make sure that their list of what they are growing on their farm corresponds to what's on the table at the market. And they also look for signs of like,
If you see bananas or pineapples, you'd be a little suspect.
Right.
But not always.
Some bananas.
Some. I'm going to ask a last question because we're at Digital Hollywood. This was a question that both Melissa and Sabrina wanted me to ask, and I think it's really important. So what digital platforms would be helpful in engaging the farm how can people know more about how should we spread the word on social? What do you suggest?
I would just love it if the digital community could communicate to the public how best ways to live a sustainable life. What can we really do day to day? Not the stuff we already know, but some new things and some new ideas. Mm-hmm. So really engage us, and we'll participate and get some fun shows on. Show us some people that are visionaries that are doing that around the world or locally, and we can see that other people are doing it. We can see what their challenges were, right. And we could perhaps help. We can, help us create a network so that we can help solve this issue. Because I think we all want to do as much as we possibly can.
Absolutely, and just piggybacking on that, I have an almost 16-year-old, and I know that one of the ways that she's incredibly engaged is through her device. And so if you are able to make something connected to someone that's using their device a lot, whether that means you're creating a community around that, something they can compare to their friends, something that's also educational, something that gets them to care about the issue because it's related to their lives. I think that's one of the first steps. But even for people that are older than 16, having access to communities, people that are like you, being able to easily tap into that and see what's happening, not just in your neighborhood, your region, your state, your country, but the world. Something that facilitates that, I think, is the key to getting people not just more engaged, but actually working towards a solution together.
I know CLA has a great digital outreach. Can you talk, I get your newsletter and.
Oh, sweet. I'm so glad. Yeah, we have a monthly newsletter, which I think there's an internal debate on how effective newsletters are right now. But really glad they're making their way to you. We do a lot of Instagram is sort of our primary social media tool, and I also feel like in terms of the farmer transparency conversation, following the farmers and the food makers that are at your local farmers market on Instagram, looking for original content and not content that's coming direct from the farm, not stock images, things like that will sort of help verify what's going on their farm and give you a firsthand look at what's going on there. So I think that's really important too, or a good tool when we're talking about farmer transparency and growing practices.
Yeah, Andrew, I didn't mean to speak. I bet you're super tapped into the social.
So we met Pru and Proper Chef Sammy Mansour actually through Instagram influencer. So we reached out to this Instagram influencer and said, "Here's what we're doing," and they're called the Dining Dolls, and they liked what we were doing, and so they started introducing us to some chefs. And so Instagram really does work. It's amazing.
The Dining Dolls?
The Dining Dolls, yeah. These girls are amazing. They have like over 50,000 followers. They live a extremely enchanting life where they go around and they eat the best food with the best chefs and take photos with it. And surprisingly, they add a lot of value to us because now we have this conduit, and when they make an Instagram post about us, it's like amazing. It's like all of a sudden the whole world cares about food, and that's something really special. And so I really appreciate that they've given us some of their platform to advocate for our brand, and we're definitely humble and appreciate any other advocacy or chance in the limelight that we can get.
And Farmer Mark, you get the last word on digital.
Don't be afraid to put it down and walk around the farmer's market in the sunshine and talk to people that also have their phones down.
Great. Well, I thank you, everybody. I'm not going to show the trailer for Fantastic Fungi, but I totally would love for you to check it out, www.fantasticfungi.com. It's an amazing movie. It's a lot of healing in the soil through the mushroom mycelium network, and Michael Pollan's in the movie. It's really, really going city by city, and it's going to be available for you to screen in your own community, too. So check it out. Thanks to a great panel. And thank you, everybody, for coming.
this thing rolling again.
Yeah.
Jonathan.
Nice one, Jonathan.
My son was obsessed, and it was just around the Super Bowl and was super disappointed. Like,
Oh,
they
those
took a
lights are
huge
bright.
risk.
Right. We understand.
But
Yeah,
that
tell
way,
him.
there's a good lesson in that for kids, like to say, you know what, like you've got to be a fan for the ups and downs.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's so nice to have you here join us as part of Digital Hollywood. This is the panel, Music, Film, Arts, and Sports as Core to Creativity and Wellness. And I'm so excited to be the panelist moderator today. My name is Victoria Lanier. I'm the Executive Director for Education Through Music Los Angeles. And just very briefly, we restore music education back into schools, low-income area schools, as part of the core curriculum for every child. But I'm very excited to have a conversation about what music, film, arts, and sports means to ensuring that creativity and wellness are part of children's and teenagers' development and their health and wellness. With that, I'd love to briefly introduce everybody on today's panel. We've got Mia Johnson, who is the Arts Education Program Manager at the Los Angeles County Department of Arts and Culture. Shannon McLemore, actor, writer, producer, and educator. Nadine Levitt, CEO and founder of Whirly EDU. Jonathan Franklin, Community Affairs and Engagement, LA Rams. Sergio Cuculiza, Executive Director and co-founder of Beautify Earth. Did I get that right? Okay, good. Manan Banta, who is a storyteller and founder of Mobile Film Classroom. So can we please welcome everybody? So just if we can quickly go down and in like Twitter-sized language, just briefly share what your program does. What do you do and what impact it has? Twitter size. Mia?
Starting with me?
Sure,
Okay.
yeah.
My name is Mia Johnson, and I work with the Los Angeles County Department of Arts and Culture. Particularly, I'm focused on the Creative Careers Pathways for Youth program. It's an initiative born out of the Board of Supervisors Culture, Equity, and Inclusion Initiative.
I'm currently teaching at the New York Film Academy, focusing on high school students for international and national kind of acting studies, if you will.
And we use pop culture to make it easy to bring a fun and effective music program into schools, both through a content platform and creation tools for students.
We're trying to win a Super Bowl.
LA Rams.
No, honestly, it's really using the power of
Rams
football
fan right here.
as we take it, providing hope where it doesn't exist while maintaining it where it does, reassuring that everyone can rise to prosperity. So really using the influence of sports and applying it to all communities.
Great.
We bring, Beautify Earth brings professional artists and murals and beautiful street art into campuses so that we can help create innovation and inspire students.
So Mobile Film Classroom works usually with kids 8 to 18 in school or in out-of-school workshops, and we take them through start to finish of the filmmaking process. I like to say now that like I'm a producer of kids movies, but I don't mean kids contents. I mean setting up the environment so that the kids can create their own stories, tell their own stories, and learn how to go from that idea to a finished, edited film.
Excellent, and very good on the Twitter size language. Excellent.
Grant writing.
So, why do we exist? Like, why are your services needed? What current gaps do you see in the work that you're doing and in your communities? And we can go popcorn style, so please just if you feel compelled, and make sure your mic is close enough to you so that they can pick up on the video as well.
So, jump right in. There's a huge gap in schools in regards to all arts and activities, as probably everyone here can attest to. It's why we're here. It's why a lot of these forums exist. One big thing that I've started noticing since working with schools, because I'm not an educator. I've been educated in the arts, I'm an architect, but I've always found that education is the solution to every problem in the world. But when we go to schools, they lack inspiration. They're very bland. They're very gray, brown, whatever earth tone you want to pick, and it's not a good earth tone. And they lack this idea of inspiration. Motivation is found in so many different facets, through individual teachers, through parents, through college, through what you aspire to be, through sports figures, you know, whatever it might be. But inspiration comes either from individuals or because someone is exposed to something. And schools should really begin to be that for students, because if they're not that for students, they might go home to a family that just isn't perfect, as none of us are. They might go home to a community that isn't perfect. They might go home to a community that sometimes it sucks. And they need that inspiration, and schools are just kind of that no-brainer as to why the inspiration should start there and begin there so that it can flourish into more.
So Sergio, can you speak a little bit more? Is it a gap in the resources for these arts products, materials, educators, instructors?
All the above, right? And it all starts with funding, and all funding starts with politics. And if you don't vote, there will be no funding for any of this stuff. And LA, the city of LA, the county of LA, hell, has an awful turnout for voting when it comes to local elections. Ironically, the ones that impact you the most. Your president barely impacts your life. Your council member impacts it quite a lot. It is 20% or less in LA that come out for voting, and that's awful.
Thank you.
I agree a little. So just moving on from politics. So with politics, I think that we are massively underrepresented in the lobbying and advocacy and so on and so forth, particularly the arts and I think also sports. And I think within education, I think we've had the same structure for so long. And remember, it was designed way back when to meet the needs of the Industrial Revolution, and we don't need those skills anymore. And I think we still have this very traditional way of teaching. Here's a silo of math. Here's a silo of English. Here's a silo of science. And we don't live in silos. We have to get out of these silos that we're educating in. I think the representation, I think we need to take some sort of responsibility for that. If we want to be at the adult table with STEM subjects, for example, I think we need to build relationships and show how we can also augment what they're doing as well and make STEM subjects better. So I don't think it's I think there's many things that we can all do, but I think the biggest shift that I would like to see is just a reimagining of A, how we can work together, and B, how we can utilize content that's a little bit more exciting for kids and be a little bit more student-centric, so that, for example, sports. All kids love sports. Well, at least when they're young. Like if it's games, right? If it's games. But if you make it like a drill thing and it's work, then it's different. Same thing with music. We talk to kids all the time. I talk to adults and say, how many of you love music? And they all put up their hand, and then I say, how many of you consider yourself musical? None of the hands are up. Or how many of you like music education? As soon as you put the education on the end of it, people stop caring. And I think we can use really interesting content that's already engaging for them and then further that learning.
Great.
I think to add on to your point, young people and young people of color particularly are one of the primary consumer markets for a lot of media and entertainment options that are there, but yet they have the least access. The gap exists between those who consume arts, media, and entertainment and those who actually have access to learn about those careers and to be able to start their careers early enough and to utilize their skills early enough to be able to go into programs or to be exposed to work-based learning opportunities. One of the things that we've noticed, particularly in a field scan that we did last year, we interviewed over 60 plus arts and entertainment and media executives who say that their doors are wide open to community youth, but yet community youth don't know that these doors are open. So it ends up becoming there are young people who desire careers in the arts and in entertainment, but they don't necessarily have the social capital to make those things come to fruition. But then we also have talented young people who do have access because they know someone or they go to the right school with the right program and their school is linked to a Warner Brothers. But then we have schools who are in the inner cities who don't have that access, literally don't have access, not even a bus line that would run to Hollywood. And so I think it ends up becoming almost like a digital divide of our time, in that, you know, we need to kind of inform, but also make more options available for families to encourage young people to go into careers in the arts and let them know that it's $1.6 billion of our economy here in California, and that the creative economy is something that is always going to be there and has generated particularly a lot of dollars for Los Angeles County particularly.
And Mia, especially with the new cultural creative policy that you guys are coming out with,
Yes.
I think that's excellent. Do you want to speak briefly about that policy that you guys are working on?
Yes. Well, part of what we've done with the Board of Supervisors is a cultural equity and inclusion initiative. And this initiative was a 2-year process that really almost like 18-month process of convenings and talking to folks in the arts and social justice avenues, but they really wanted to see a cultural policy manifest from that. In addition to the Creative Careers Initiative, these two things are starting to intersect. So we're actually going to be I think the first arts organization in California, well, it could be nationwide, but definitely in California, to create a cultural policy for Los Angeles County. Not necessarily a plan, but really taking the opportunity to figure out how can we open our doors as county government to make it more accessible for people from all backgrounds to engage, encounter, and appreciate the arts equitably. So I think the question really just comes down to we need to demand and promote creativity, and we need to demand and promote equity. And so those two things together are primarily what we're focusing on.
Excellent. And it's what Sergio said earlier, you know, if it's not even in school as part of the culture, kids who don't even know and parents who don't even know where to begin or even know that they have a creative bone in their body because they've never been exposed to it, how would they even then consider a career? So, yeah, let's hear from others of you.
Well, I would like to add on to what you have all said in that how we're teaching. I have to admit, after working in schools for 10 years, when it's during the school day, I got really pessimistic about the process. And then I went back to grad school I went back to an intensive for a semester and got to be a student again. And I realized, I trained in theater. I'm project-based. I'm hands-on learning. And what workshops like ours does with film that touches on so many different skill sets, the teamwork and being able to creatively solve problems and think critically, these are all very valuable across the board soft skills, career skills, whether you're going to be in the arts or not. But it also encompasses more learning types that I found out just recently, just doing that academic and having to do that whole theory. I was completely bored. I just wanted to be on my phone too. So when we got hands-on projects and we're doing real teamwork and brainstorming and all that, it was so engaging and exciting. And I think that's exactly the same for the kids. Mm-hmm. And being able, as your point of the divide, we primarily have worked with those students, and we've gotten to where we're working more and more with elementary age students, 3rd through 5th grade. They can do all that stuff, no problem. And their biggest issue usually is working in teams, and it's the same dynamics that we have as adults when we work in teams. Mm-hmm. So, but that's to give them that head start, mm-hmm. because there are programs such as the Lucas Scholarship at USC and different things where the kids could have a pathway if they're interested, but they've got to find out that that's what they like to do.
But schools also don't always do the best job of telling kids that these opportunities exist. And I've seen it time and time again. I've been in 400 classrooms in the last 3.5 years. And I will say, it's shocking to me that whether or not a child goes to college is really decided for them by the time they enter kindergarten. And so I've seen a lot of kids who basically went to go and fill out forms, and people say, you're not going to college, don't worry about it, you're fine. And those people, I feel like there needs to be more discussion about how we across the board, across districts, across states, provide those opportunities both within schools, but then when schools aren't necessarily run the right way, or in terms of the support it provides, I think there should be also external sort of opportunities that are really marketed out there. And I think media is a huge way of doing it because, as you say, people are watching the media. And so if you can tie it in somehow to those opportunities, if you're watching football and they say, hey, by the way, for any kids who are interested in doing XYZ, let's, we're meeting at just send in this application form here.
Because you can catch kids anywhere they're at, and I think it's so exciting that you guys are all doing that work. And Jonathan, you're in Inglewood with the Rams, and do you want to speak about some of the things that you're seeing in that district and what your activities might be?
Definitely. And the unique thing about our organization is we're here just to have an impact, and I think that we have a great owner that allows us to do that. When we first arrived in 2016, we went on what is called listening tours with various school districts, community, nonprofits, and beyond, and just understanding what was the need, what are the issues. So one, we could be authentic and really strategically create a plan to have that impact. And within just various school districts, you can imagine how diverse those issues came upon, but regardless of what these socioeconomic communities may look like, we can still provide and become a resource for them. That's from funding a debate team in South LA schools. It's having career chats at different schools as well. We have a Play 60 program where we're in touch over 100,000 youth, just teaching about how to be active for 60 minutes. Even we've been involved in what is the Ventura Correctional Facility, and that's for young adults 18 to 24 years old, just teaching character education. And being able to just create experiences and not just bring in youth to our games, but how can we really deliver the message of finding the best version of you? And being an organization that we are, everyone wants to open the door. And we've really been strategic of being authentic and unique in that regards, and raising the awareness beyond just football, but what do you want to do in your life, and who can you become as well? It's not just about football, but it's understanding even the transferable life skills that you can gain in football. So every opportunity that we can to promote impact, those transformational skills, we work to really take advantage of.
Shannon, anything?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think what's so great about sports and about arts in general with everything, it gives young people, young adults, a voice where normally they wouldn't have one. I know I didn't know who I was until I started to pursue acting. I'm like, here, this is me, this is what I'm passionate about. And I actually didn't even fully understand it until I started to have to teach it. And then I became even more impassioned, and I saw more vision for the future where this world, where our community can go. And just to touch on one thing, just the reason why I do love acting so much is, maybe unlike popular opinion of actors, it actually teaches empathy. To be able to see another circumstance outside of your own, to see another world outside what you grew up in, what you thought was truth. You could now see something else beyond that. And when one of the great things about teaching, I actually teach young kids as well as high school students at the New York Film Academy, we're bringing people together from all over the world. I taught children from Morocco and Turkey and France and Bolivia and Mexico, South America, Canada, you name the country. I've taught students from that country, along with maybe a third of the classes from the United States, but from all over the United States, small towns, big cities, New York. And it's just wonderful seeing all of these children come together to become friends, speaking in different languages and having jokes with one another, and then having that discipline, doing scenes together, and also teaching that applicable thing of like, this is now, what are you going to do? And I personally have this viewpoint that I think that the greatest tool any artist or any individual can have is your imagination. So if we don't open up the imagination for young kids at that age, how do they even know what they're capable of? So that's where I'm just like, the arts and from sports, with the discipline it teaches, that kind of saying, put thought into action, how are you going to make it happen, I just think is crucial. And the idea of taking that away from a young child, I find very regrettable. So
That's why we're here, and that's the work that we're all doing in our big and small ways. And given that educational institutions, they may need an external force to come in and say, hey, look what we can achieve together. how do we continue to build a culture that embraces music, film, arts, sports as foundational to education? From your standpoint, your perspective, how do we continue to ensure that this is the culture that we are building together?
I think, sorry. Do you
I think Sergio, you all kind of jumped at the same time.
Oh, no, it's okay.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to talk about how there's a lot of common practice in education, and if you can't assess a subject matter, it typically is the subject matter that's going to be the first to get cut, for example. Also, a lot of arts programs, music, sports, they tend to also run on grants, right? A lot of things that it's not only about winning the grant, it's about refiling for the grant, it's about having people to be able to write the grant. There's a lot of these different components, and what you're doing is you're putting a mountain in front of people that want to make change and want to do something positive for everybody, and the real question is why. That change has to happen systemically. If that doesn't happen systemically, it will never get to where it needs to go.
And or even why is there that process, whereas, with other core subjects, we're not saying it's an option to do math or reading or science, but that arts and sports are part of a well-rounded experience and part of a child's development.
Well, it's also required now that there's a year-long
It's mandated.
sequential
It's mandated, yeah.
for Cal State and CU or UC schools. Oh, I don't see where that's happening across the board. There is a very small proportion of credentialed arts teachers throughout the state. And with the grant funding of the arts organizations that want to come in and supplement, but we have an opportunity to give kids a taste. But then most of the time it's a one-off. It's hard to keep a sustained or sequential program funded. So what we've been doing is, when we do have the one workshop, is try as much as we can to partner with the teacher and have a day where the principal commits to having a substitute for that teacher, so we can do a one-on-one training with them, or one-on-one or multiple people day training with them, so they're starting to get the skills, and then it's tied into the curriculum.
It becomes more intrinsic.
Because if the teachers can't incorporate it more regularly themselves, then it's going to be the shot approach.
Samia or Nadine?
I was just going to say, I think it's you can absolutely assess, artistic sort of success in certain ways, and there are ways to. For example, is it just attendance? Is it the interventions that are needed? Is it elsewhere in the school? Is it how it supports other subjects, perhaps too? And then there's the actual skill development that I think you can absolutely give a real grade to that. But I think what's been interesting in just my time in the last few years, sort of seeing what I've noticed is project-based learning can't really exist without some form of the arts in it. So you cannot have, there's no company, you talk about STEM subjects, you can't have a world of just STEM. The arts have to design it, the arts have to, create, so there's a lot of big, and there's
marketing,
a lot of big,
design.
There's a huge piece of this that we're just so integrated, but I think that when you look at how many people industry has funded so much education, like STEM, there's billions and billions of dollars that have gone into the development of STEM curriculum and the training of teachers and the assessment of STEM. And I think it is true. I mean, we do need to know these skills. They're all around us, science, technology, engineering, math, and so are the arts. But I think that a big problem that I really see is just that we're not speaking to the same people. We're speaking, and I notice this in the arts world all the time, and music educators are talking to music educators or other supporters who are big arts educators, but they're not talking to the people who have been spending billions and billions of dollars on STEM. We should be saying, hey, what do you need? We know we can support that, we can prove it, but let's design it out. And I think those conversations
The cross-sector.
Yeah, and I mean, probably every single person here has been funded either by a governmental entity, a corporation, or local money, right? That's basically how we function. And, corporations want to help. They're out there to help. The problem is that you got to get to them more than they come to you, more often than not. They don't all do these tours that sounds awesome. And you know, it's going back to how there are a lot of schools that don't have access to these things. There's also a lot of programs that don't have access to the right ears, right, or aren't speaking to the right ears. Those are two problems, and they both have to be solved in order to get to the best solution. Because one being solved helps a little bit here, and the other one helps a little over there. But they need to come unified to help. I really actually believe that programs are a way forward for education and how they can start going into schools and being more integrated into them to complete projects, right? When you complete a project, you're not only teaching and assessing something, but you're also completing something. And when you complete something, there's that sense of achievement, that sense of award. And now that tends to create inspiration, that tends to pass that along to a lot of different systems.
Yeah, Mia?
Yeah, I was just going to ask, they've all said how, you know, the arts are really a primary component of the growth and development of young people, particularly any human being. But I think that what's interesting is that there are these gaps, but it does start sometimes in the home, and it does start in K through 12 or K through 6, for example. Arts integration is a key component that we've been trying to encourage school districts to use. And so I think we currently fund approximately 77 school districts in Los Angeles County, and we actually—
That's awesome. You guys, that's awesome. Out of 80.
Yeah, but although it comes with its challenges, we actually have strategic planning consultants who come in and help the school districts. They work with their arts coordinators, and they help the school districts to come up with a strategic plan for arts education. They can demonstrate how you can get the most bang for your buck. I mean, it is a smaller grant, but there's a lot of ways to improve access for everyone. But then also, to your point, you know, it's an equity issue. Although, you know, it's mandated by the state that every child has arts education, it's not every child every day the way that it should be.
Right.
And then there are issues that exist kind of from a different layer of that, and that is when you get into the high schools, there's a little bit less of an integration, but more of a choice. And so, you know, who are the young people being recruited into arts education programs?
Right.
You know, are there enough exploratory programs that take kids out of their own element to see a play or a musical, or to take them to a media company and watch films? But I was going to say to the point about the sports. The funny thing about sports is that when young people are at an age where they see the NFL, basketball, they see themselves in those positions. They can say, I want to do that. But what they don't see are the folks like the guy behind the camera over there. They don't see, you know, those types of creative careers that we call below the line that don't necessarily get that recognition, but yet fuel the opportunity for you to watch a sporting event, right?
The whole ecosystem of people working to make.
It's not exposed to them. There's no information available to them about these careers, the money-making potential, and how to actually get prepared for those careers. So it is our job, you know, in some degree as education, but also government, to do this public will campaign, and that's one of the things that we're trying to do. We launched a campaign earlier this year called Create California, and the idea is to mobilize and energize, you know, people all over Los Angeles County about the importance of creativity. And it's not just about creativity for creativity's sake, but it's about advocacy and awareness about creativity in terms of career opportunities, in terms of the ability for young people to be more disciplined, to be more engaged in education, and all of those aspects.
And I love that the creator of that whole marketing design, it's Create California, but you can interchange it with Create
Create LA
Community,
County,
create Love,
Inglewood
create,
Unified,
yes.
whatever you want to add on to it.
It's brilliant. So if you haven't checked it out, #CreateCA.
And we're still refining the campaign, but overall, one of the things I wanted to also mention is that we're not just going into the schools anymore. We've actually now, we're working in all of the halls, juvenile halls and camps, all of the housing projects and JCCPA centers to be able to work with formerly and currently incarcerated young people to expose them to arts, and we just recently received a $750,000 grant to continue that work.
Congrats.
And it was also supported strongly after that with a board motion for us to continue that work as a criminal justice reform strategy. So it's about thinking out the box and really trying to be more equitable in arts education.
You know, in Philadelphia, actually, they've had a program that's become very, very popular and had huge impact with it, where kids who are facing incarceration have the choice to enroll in an arts program, and they can either be incarcerated or enroll in this arts program, and it includes a mentor sort of piece to it. But I can get you the information.
Yeah,
for that.
and we're also working with
Very,
the
very cool.
Office of Youth Diversion, and it's a longer name to it, but that's actually working with law enforcement to do just the same. So it's, unfortunately, it's law enforcement does have to do the referrals from first encounter with a young person, but there are a variety of programs that they can go into, and one of them would be the arts education realm. So we're working really hard to try to promote this idea, but we need folks like yourselves to really promote that as well. Because as government, you know, we're seen as more the mandators sometimes, not as the partners at the table, trying to be creative in developing strategies for youth diversion. So.
Jonathan, did you have something to say? I think when she touched on the sports,
Right.
you know, NFL, did you have anything
Yeah,
you wanted
definitely.
to comment on?
I think it's been really unique. One of our media partners is CBS2, KCAL 9. And what we have been doing is two programs that, one we launched this year, and we're going on our third year with another. But one of them is our Student and Teacher of the Month, where we'll have an all-school assembly at LAUSD schools, honoring teachers and honoring students. And this is aired on CBS2 and KCAL 9 throughout the day, but really talking about their journeys and just the great work that they're doing in school and using our platform to be able to do that. And the new segment that we just launched this year is the LA Rams Character Player of the Month. So essentially, it's a student athlete that is just doing great things in life, and not just on the football field, and really allowing them to be role models to their peers and through the power of sports, but really highlighting the transferable skills that you gain from playing this game of football. And from an education base, again, it's been really unique with our team, right? If it's partner up with Secretary of State Alex Padilla to go into schools and promote voter registration. I know we have a program called the Academic Challenge where we work with 10 LA schools, and essentially we have staff members that go out to each one of these schools and talk about their career paths. So it's not just going to the NFL or being a player, but exposing them to what's out there, how they can think beyond the box. But essentially, the school with the highest and most improved GPA will award $2,500 too. And then as we talk about the social justice piece, as I mentioned, we work with the Ventura Correctional Facility. So these are youth, both men and women, that are pretty much serving time. About a month ago, we partnered with an organization called Cafe Momentum. We took about 4 individuals that were serving time and allowed them to become waiters and waitresses that evening and just really serve individuals of the community, if that's in law or just influential individuals, to give these youth hope for when they transition back in society, they can believe in themselves and who they are. So what I'm trying to say is bigger than just sports. Our message is not, hey, we need you to be on our team, we want to draft you one day. These are our future leaders of society, and every opportunity that we have to enter a school, partner with a nonprofit, or even partner smart by bringing our resources to the school districts, we work to take advantage of. So yes, understanding it's not just about winning Super Bowls, it's not about selling tickets. We really want to be a resource for this community and implement change, because we're all a part of this.
And you bring up a very good point, and everyone actually keeps bringing up this point, is that everything is about instilling this creativity, instilling pride, instilling inspiration into the youth, right? Not everyone's going to become a cinematographer. Yeah. Not everyone's going to become an opera singer, right? Not everyone's going to become an actress or work in government or be a football athlete or be a muralist. The point is that all of this together is used to inspire students. It's used to inspire, it inspires teachers and anyone who walks by these schools and interacts with these kids as well. And that's the most important part. Yep. I went to art school, and I have been fortunate enough to have learned art my entire life. So having a privileged background of art in my entire life, when I went to art school, there were 3/4 of the subjects there as majors that I'd never heard of. I'd never been exposed to. So how the hell, when someone has never taken an art class or taken one art class in their entire life, are they going to know about all of these creative fields that they can attend to, that they can get into? And I think it's being able to expand that circle by bringing programs in, by getting more, more people out, and getting also like schools and districts and politicians to listen, and parents to listen to. I think parents are a big component of this. You can start exposing you can start exploring all the different realms that students and other people can take across their life.
Yeah.
I actually really like, though, what you guys are doing, too, which is you have an opportunity to also say, hey, there are these different jobs, and exposing, whether it's teachers and making heroes out of them, or whether it's an athlete that's doing other things in their life, and sort of really, I think that's a great, using media to just sort of spread the word of these great positive things that are happening in the world, both just opportunities that are available and also just great things that people are doing. It's fantastic.
Yeah, because oftentimes as artists, we are creating, from a vision or an idea. So it's first, how do we inspire kids to have that vision? And then how do we build towards that? So the arts teaches that, and it's building left-right brain connections, the problem solving, empathy, so that we can ultimately be one together as a whole, well society. And so I guess in our closing minutes, it's what is the call to action? What's maybe one call to action you would give our society?
I think a lot of it's been touched on, whether going through the government route. I mean, ideally, it should be a thing where it is integrated into public education across the board. And unfortunately, right now, it is from these independent kind of companies coming into schools to make it accessible, to open up eyes. But I definitely feel like what's so great about us being here is that we're in Los Angeles, which is one of the art centers of the world. And the fact that it isn't or has not been accessible to everybody in this city is kind of crazy. So what can we do then within this city, within LA County, to then expand outside of LA County? So the idea of it being a balloon effect, the simple fact that you brought up Philadelphia, this is wonderful. So let's have it balloon out to more rural areas, but first having it be the Mecca here that it needs to be in education, and then see what else we can do from that point.
Yeah, how can we create a hub of connectedness? Because there is so much going on, but the geographical challenges of the city, we get together at these little conferences and we meet people like, oh, I didn't even know that. We're a grantee of the Department of your
Culture,
department.
Yeah, we recently changed it.
They changed it from LA County Arts Commission to LA Department of Arts and Culture,
But so I'm so happy to hear of the initiatives that are coming out of that. But getting connected to the industries that are, I know the guilds are interested in inclusivity, and I know that industries are, but there's the introductions.
So it's
are
breaking
not
down
being
barriers.
facilitated.
So Manon, you're saying you really want to break down those barriers and that digital divide that you talked about. Yeah.
Our call to action, I think, really is if we're going to try and get more representation and change the way that we think about education, then I would, similar to you, you're talking about programs coming in. I'm okay with industry taking a leading role in this and us working together, and I think it takes a certain, I do think that movement has started. I don't think we're already on the way there. But if we can connect industry with schools a little bit better, and I think Create California is doing a fantastic job of this, and provide those opportunities and then aggregate a lot of the cool kind of projects that are happening. And then technology is really what we're going to be able to leverage in order to spread and scale.
Good. So. Good. And I did see a hand. We'll take it quickly, and then we'll finish up with the final panelist comments. Yes.
In regards to your call to action, I just brought a media screening cabinet to England, and I know that we're working with the RAMs are going to be. But the big question that I don't see being addressed at this conference is having streaming in my head, because actually everybody's relationships to the school system has changed. We just don't know yet. Automation, whether we like it or not, is forcing us need-based relationship with the school system because automation is repetition and memorization, which those jobs are disappearing. Truck driving, Uber, the checkout clerk, whatever you can think of, automation is removing our ability to function in society without the creative mind. And so my question to you then is, what are you doing to not only make that the call to action, but preparing your new relationship to the school system? Because without putting creativity back into the classroom, art, and if you look up research, the median income for Hispanics and Blacks in 2035, zero. Because of automation. Whatever it is now, which is already dire, is bad.
Does anyone want to address?
I'll touch that actually with also
Very
a call
briefly,
to
we
action.
have 1 minute left.
So it's a big reason why we do what we do. That inspiration component in the schools, especially all of them that are missing it, it's basically all of them. That inspiration is something that needs to be triggered in not only students but parents, faculty, and so on and so forth. The curriculum, I probably everyone here could dive into that one for a long time. That needs to change in a lot of different ways. But the first thing that we can start doing is inspiring by making a beautiful campus, by creating artwork that evokes something in you, that leads you to believe in yourself, that leads you to create something, that leads you to go out there and find something that now I can apply my mind to. There's so many programs that are accessible to so many students, and the sad thing is that it's not that hard. What's hard is getting the notion of what it is that I want to reach out to, building up the courage to do so, and then finding perhaps the right organization. It doesn't always have to be the right organization, but just finding an organization that you can touch base with that is aligned with your passions. So creating that inspiration in schools is what we thrive on, and we were started with the idea of doing something about your community. Our goal is to cure, at Beautify Earth, our goal is to cure blight and apathy. Every single one of you up here is doing that also in your own unique way, and that's the amazing part. And in order to do so, you need to take a stand in your community. You need to do something in your community. When someone is struggling with a door, you open the door. When someone throws a piece of trash, you pick it up, or you ask them, hey, excuse me, why'd you drop that piece of trash? Art has a tendency to recreate that notion to where we have statistics that prove that people won't throw their trash on the ground, that people won't graffiti a wall.
And Sergio, just to take it back though to innovation and how do we help kids really be prepared for 21st century, things like automation. Yeah. So I think it's giving kids the skills and the mindset to be able to work within the 21st century learning skills. How can we prepare them? And I think this is all part of that. But sure, yeah. Mia?
I was just going to add that two things. One, you're spot on. I was just in a room last week at a big, giant conference the name is eluding me, at the convention center, and that's all that they were talking about was AI and VR. Mm-hmm. And to be quite honest, yes, it is the wave of the future, but so are our young people. Our young people are on video games more than we could ever have imagined, and to be quite honest, those two things need to come together. Mm-hmm. So one of the things that we're doing, and to your point, is how do we get this thing going, is we're going to be convening educators, folks that prepare young people for the creative economy, but also arts and entertainment executives to have these conversations. We've gotten some really big wigs, if you will, behind our sales that are really saying this is what we want to support, philanthropists and the like, key partners who want to have these conversations moving forward. So we do plan to convene voices like yours to come together with a voice from, let's say, a Warner Brothers or a digital media company. One of the things what I think is really key is to really harness young people's attention right now, and that is in the gaming and animation fields. So schools like Noman, who teach nothing but visual effects and animation and gaming, they're placing 99.9% of their students into the industry. But to do just that, to go into the AI, the VR, the animation fields. And so we do need to start having these conversations, not to say that it's going to wipe the traditional visual and performing arts off the map, but to say that if we don't start having these conversations while young people are really attentive to digital media, we're going to lose that opportunity to gain those skills right now.
Thank you, Mia. And we have final comments if you want to relay one final comment.
I was just going to add to that. I think that there are a lot of people. There's definitely I agree with you, by the way. And I think in this day and age where things are AI and automation and robotics are taking out complete workforce, you also have to focus on how do we become more human, right? How do we teach our kids to be more human in a world that's more and more digital? And I think there are a lot of people who are thinking about that. Like Cassell is doing tremendous work on this. But it's one of the things, I don't know if you guys know Sir Ken Robinson, but he talks at length about the different parts of your brain and why certain subjects train one part versus another. And I think it's not that people aren't thinking about it. It's just very difficult, I think, to implement everything. And I think people don't always think about the consequences. So, for example, you put standards in place, and it might be well-intentioned, but then it has this flow-on effect. So I think that there are
call to action.
Yeah,
What would you say?
The call to action, honestly, is just to, if you're a parent, you should be going to your school and demanding and saying, what is your policy on social and emotional skill development? What is your skill on creativity? If you're a teacher, you should be saying, yes, here are my standards, and here's what I'm also doing on social and emotional learning, and like pointing it out. But I think in order to do it, you really everybody needs to start working together rather than against each other. And that's why I think project-based learning, working together collaboratively and with a social and emotional focus is key.
And diversity, equity, and inclusion needs to be part of the whole conversation also, because
Absolutely.
that's like going under the radar a little bit.
Any final call to actions?
I agree. It's emphasizing the youth, right? And essentially beginning with the end in mind, to your point. I'm excited that we're opening up a stadium, 398 acres, where we can provide jobs and opportunities for our youth, and really even having tours and exposing them to what's happening within SoFi Stadium and beyond in that entire lot. So we're going to work to do our due diligence of providing jobs and opportunities and staying connected to the youth. They are our future, ultimately, and it's important that we lay the foundation correctly and be more intentional so we can really make change.
Thank you so much to everybody for your participation today. Thank you to our panelists, Manon, Sergio, Jonathan, Nadine, Shannon, and Mia. Thank you so much. So let's go out there and let's connect. Thank you again. All right.
And then they were like, just moderate it. Yeah.
I'm like, okay. Yeah, so
That's my colleague
hopefully.
Tatiana as well.
Oh,
So,
cool.
yeah.
Hi, I'm Tana. Nice to meet you too.
And Tatiana has moderated many of these type of panels before. So.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, hopefully I live up. Usually I'm on them, and then Victor was like, moderate, and then I've been on them, so I'm. Hopefully I do okay. Okay.
Was there anything in specific that you were looking for? I know you sent out some questions, but like.
No, I sent some questions, and usually like.
Because I haven't been to a conference like this conference before, so I wasn't
Oh,
sure
okay.
if there's anything.
Usually it's like by the time we get through everybody's bios, and I'm actually glad that it's only 4 people because usually by the time we get through that, and then we get through questions, and then sometimes like there's no time for audience participation. So I'm just stoked that like.
Are you reading about it, or you want to see the opening?
What time are we at? Oh, good. Cool. Hey, everybody. How's everyone doing? Good.
One person's alive.
Yeah.
Great.
Okay. Awesome. Well, let's begin so that we have enough time to go over all of the amazing things that these women have to say. My name's Tana Frederick. Let me adjust this microphone. I'll just hold it. I am extremely honored to be on this panel. I've been on the panel for a number of years, and it's such a wonderful panel to do because it's always a diverse panel of amazing and beautiful women who have such diverse qualifications for being on the panel.
and are so inspiring. And so I've come up with some questions for these amazing women, and I'm sure they all will ring in on a lot of amazing things to say. And hopefully, I'll open the panel with questions for you guys. And but first of all, I want to give their bios, and I definitely don't have enough time to talk about each and everything that they've achieved, but I will try to say as much as I can about each of them. And again, ladies, thank you so much for being here today, and thank you for being here to inspire everybody with the hard work that you've done on this world and on this planet. Hopefully that didn't sound so cheesy, but I'm really happy to be here. So Shelly Andigan is a director of game studio relations and executive producer at Qualcomm Technologies. Shelly is an experienced executive producer and operations leader. She spent over 10 years in feature film and television with major motion picture studios and independent producers alike. She worked on Marvel's The Runaways, Disney's Jungle Book, and New Line Cinema's San Andreas, followed by many years producing gaming and XR content. She led teams at the forefront of technological advancement in content production at Activision, VR Playhouse, and 3D Paint FX, while also developing and maintaining their strategic partnerships across the industry. As director and game studio relations and executive producer at Qualcomm, Shelly works with the head of their advanced content and gaming group to ensure company leads the charge on creating cutting-edge technology for optimized gameplay and content visualization across the industry. Shelly is an accomplished guest speaker and guest lecturer, educating media professionals of the future. Shelly's most recent contributions to higher education were Nomen, right.
Like
the G is silent, sorry. Of visual effects at Emerson, LA, where she lectured on innovative and immersive media. Welcome, Shelly. Thank you so much for being here. Next we have on the panel Lauren Applebaum. And Lauren is the Thank you. Vice President of Communications of Respectability. Behind the scenes in the entertainment industry, she engages decision makers and creative executives to improve the quality number of authentic, diverse, and inclusive presentations of people with disabilities on TV and film so audiences can see people with disabilities as vital contributors in America and around the world. She has consulted on projects with A&E, Disney, ABC Television, NBC Universal, Netflix, the Walt Disney Studios, among others. She also enriches the pool of disabled talent in Hollywood by connecting them to those who can assist with their careers, both on the creative and business sides of the industry. She is the author of the Hollywood Disability Inclusion Toolkit, which was created to help entertainment professionals to be inclusive of people with disabilities as possible, and the creator of an innovative lab program for entertainment professionals with disabilities working behind the camera. It's awesome. Thank you so much for being here. The third woman on our panel, Dr. Fiorella Terenzini, Fiorella, I should say, is a renowned astrophysicist, author, and musician and recording artist. Dr. Terenzi has a doctorate in physics from the University of Milan. She has pioneered techniques to convert radio waves from distant galaxies into sound. Released by Island Records on her acclaimed CD, Music from the Galaxies. Her award-winning CD-ROM, Invisible Universe, weaves astronomy and music, science and art into tapestry for the senses. She has appeared on CNN and in the Wall Street Journal, People, Time, and Glamour. Dr. Terenzi's groundbreaking video for fashion designer
Ermenegildo Zegna.
She said that. That was much more beautiful than I would have said it. Men's collection was described by the New York Times as Zegna's very big bang, and her high energy show, Let's Get Astrophysical,
Oh, yeah.
performed at the Miami Beach Centennial featured the first top 15 stellar-themed song countdown combined with live DJs, musicians, dancers, and acrobats. I'm so happy to be on this for, I think, the fourth time or fifth time with you. Terry Hurlbut serves as Vice President and Executive Editor for ABC News Digital, overseeing the editorial operations of ABC News Digital, 538, and GMA Digital. Prior to this, she led Good Morning America's digital expansion, opening new revenue streams and identifying opportunities to expand audience reach. During her tenure, GMA Digital launched a new website, a newsletter, and a robust original slate of video franchises and features, from spotlights on first-generation college students, including a special message from former First Lady Michelle Obama, and women running for office, including a special message from Did I repeat that? No, yes, I did not. Okay, wait. From 2018 midterm elections to stars offering advice for their younger selves in Take It From Me, Terry's content and distribution strategy grew GMA's target audience by 70% in its first year. She developed strategies across the Disney ABC television group's brand portfolio, including ABC Entertainment, Freeform, and Disney Channel. She previously worked at Google and YouTube, where she co-led North America's partnerships for the launch of YouTube Kids, led the lifestyle vertical for the first wave, Weave would be cool too, of YouTube originals, and managed strategy for media partnerships across Google. Thank you so much, all of you, for being here today. So I guess the first question I want to ask you, and all of you being so diverse, you all have a very different answer, is what led you to go after this field that you're in now? Let's go ahead and start with you.
So I started in the entertainment industry at a very young age, about 5 or 6 years old, when my uncle gave me my first camera, and I fell in love with taking pictures. From there, I actually studied various elements of multimedia, photography, digitalization as it became more and more prevalent. So, for me, it was ingrained at a very young age, and I was fortunate to go to a school that actually had a special program for that basically paired with University of Hawaii. That's where I'm from. And so it started from a very young age, and for me, pursuing this is, it's a little bit more than just, getting into be a star, go to Hollywood. But for me, it was more about storytelling for those who have underrepresented voices. And I felt that I was just built for this. So, yeah.
Thank you.
So I have two different paths, one to the entertainment industry and one to disability representation. The first, in terms of the entertainment industry, I grew up behind the scenes in the theater industry. I very much enjoyed, I'm not one that usually likes the limelight. I am always the one that loves to be the one that organizes everything behind the scenes to make everything perfect. And I, directed a lot growing up through middle school and high school and college, and then ended up deciding to go to a school that didn't have a film program, even though, or television. At that point, I decided I wanted to go switch from theater to television production. And I then ended up going to school that didn't offer television production, so I went to a school where that offered film studies, but then just changed my mind again and ended up deciding that I just wanted to have a broad general education, because I felt that in order to be able to cover anything, that I needed to just become knowledgeable in life. And so at the time, I became the publisher of Columbia University's daily newspaper, and then decided to merge my interest in television production and journalism to broadcast journalism. So I got my start at NBC News in the political unit, was there for the 2006 midterm and 2008 presidential cycles and the Obama transition, and then left kind of the journalism, entertainment, journalism, television industry, went into some nonprofits because I felt, maybe I can kind of use the skills that I've learned for some causes I kind of cared about, and was thinking about different ways that I could be doing that. Going back to being a child, my mom is a speech pathologist and a feeding therapist, and she worked with children with Down syndrome and cerebral palsy from the time I was born. I'm the oldest, and I have younger siblings, and she would work with children in our home. And so I was very lucky that I was exposed to people who were different than me. And I had the opportunity to really learn what it was like for children and families with different types of disabilities. At that time, mainly developmental and intellectual disabilities. And then started doing some work in high school on the importance of inclusive education for children with developmental disabilities, proving that it was important to have inclusive education classrooms versus one-on-one tutoring. And so I had that kind of in my background, and then when an opportunity came around, I figured maybe there's a way to merge all the skills that I had amassed going through my education and my time at NBC News with the passion that I had for disability inclusion to kind of end up in the work that I'm doing now. Little did I know that into my time doing this work that I would then join the disability community, which, by the way, the disability community is the only minority that anyone in this room can join, and most will join due to accident, illness, or aging. I had a very simple fall, damaged my sympathetic nervous system, and I was thankful that I had a community of people that were able to kind of help me figure out what my new reality was going to be like. And so now I'm able to advocate from within in a very new, interesting way.
I love that both of you so far really didn't intend on having a voice, but utilized, this desire to sort of help people, or we're almost shy in a way to begin with, which is not the case with Fiorella. I don't think you were ever shy, which I say with the utmost respect, but you came to a place now where you are leadership voices. So thank you for sharing that, both of you. And Fiorella, were you ever shy?
Okay, let me think about it.
But still back to the question, what led you to get where you are as an
I grew up in Italy. I
astrophysicist?
was born in Milano, so was opera, was music, was fashion, and I loved the universe. For me to look up the night sky was the place I wanted to be, with my grandmother in the country outside Milan. She was making up fantastic storytelling. So I loved astronomy, and I was lucky because in Italy everybody says, follow your passion. So I did it. And while I was looking up to the night sky, I was also loving astronomy and music, fashion and modeling. So all those elements, all those interdisciplinary elements came together. So right now, I think I can be a Carl Sagan Madonna, too.
Yes, absolutely.
And more to discover, because like you were saying, it's very important to merge opposite. That's when new discovery are going to be made. So I encourage you to listen to what you want to do. Don't be afraid to try something different, try something unique, original. I mean, you have within yourself the seed, like each of us did. They needed to be put together in the right environment with the right people, and they will flourish. And that's, I think, is the journey of humanity, for the future. Is a creativity, breaking the stereotype, right? You know how many times they ask me, what went wrong with you? An astrophysicist, you can be a wife, you can be, but you know, I'm a happy person. Every day I wake up because I feel like I'm doing something for my student. I know they are waiting for me, 500 of them. So it's a nice journey to be on a different path, right? It's a nice journey to create your own path. But having said that, is also a very hard, very grueling, and you have to believe in yourself a lot.
Absolutely. That was very well said. Yeah, very well said. And Terry, what about you? What inspired you to begin on your journey?
Well, first, I feel like you should, your next business should be like daily affirmations or something. I'm like, oh, I could use all of this every day. I grew up, one could call it very curious, one could also call it very nerdy. And I loved information. I wanted to know everything I could. I loved stories. And I think that's what ended up ultimately drawing me first to Google. At the time, it was really about how are you creating access to information. And that was really powerful, and I still strongly believe in that today. And also in the digital space, it wasn't over time just access of information, but also the ability to connect audiences with diverse perspectives on information and more stories than necessarily, you know, traditional gatekeepers to information may have been able to tell. And with that in mind, you know, that's kind of how I found my way moving from the platform side into the content side at ABC News, where again, the focus is really fundamentally about how do we get information that people need to them. And with the brands I get to work with, it's honestly quite a privilege because between ABC News, the goal there is to inform. 538 is really focused on explaining the world around you, and with GMA and their focus on smart lifestyle, it's really about like how are you creating empowering information that connects people to, you know, better grow within their world, their family, their community, and themselves. And so I think that's been the through line, so to speak, is information and storytelling. And then the adventure has been how do you do that in an environment and in a space that changes, frankly, it feels like daily or hourly, while always being true to that core mission and to the fact that you're serving audiences and real people who are hungry for what you're providing.
That's great. So that moves on to my next question. What is sort of the kernel of truth that keeps you, like you were talking about getting a camera at 6, you said? 5 or 6. What is that kind of kernel of truth that, you know, showed up in your childhood or, you know, maybe showed up in your teens or you know, a commitment to news or getting the truth to people or something like truth that pushes you every day to sort of fight, you know, to keep you to be a better and stronger woman or keeps you in this field to keep accomplishing? What is that thing that drives you every day to wake up and be more and push more? That wasn't in the questions that I gave you guys, so, you know, not to put you on the spot, but it just
Sure. I mean, I think for me, it really is, you know, it's the fact that you know you're serving people with something they really desire. I think, you know, in this particular environment, people are hungry for information. They want to feel engaged to the world around them. They want to really understand how to make sense of everything that's going on in the world. And they want to do it with brands and people they trust, and they want to do it in devices and ways of storytelling that make sense to the world they live. So for me, that's the core mission. And then it's also really exciting to realize like we're doing that, you know, on mobile in spaces where there isn't necessarily a huge tradition of storytelling, so we get to be really innovative and at the same time really being thoughtful about the perspectives we're representing and diversifying the different storytelling we're doing. And that's just, it's humbling, but it's also incredibly exciting.
Yeah.
Well, I've been serving approximately 20,000 students. I did the math last day approximately through my hand. Every single day I face, you know, they are college students. They are taking introductory astronomy.
20,000?
Yeah, 20,000, yeah, in a couple, almost 2 decades of teaching.
Right, and for people who don't know you, you are a teacher at the
Florida International University in Miami. So I teach astronomy and physics with calculus too for a doctor and so on, and engineering. There is a big lesson from the universe that is always in constant change. So I do try to remember that. I'm serving young people. I need to be in constant change. I need to have the latest technology. I need to incorporate a new, and I cannot be afraid to make a mistake. So what? It didn't work. I try something else. So what motivates me, it's really a constant evolution. And it's not like wow, I got it right away. It's every day a minor adjustment. Every day I'm a little step forward, trying to incorporate what I was telling you before, this opposite. You may be wondering that storytelling and performance art has nothing to do with traditional science education, right? Instead, I was able to combine, again, this approach with astronomy. So I created, instead of calling Astronomy 101 or Astronomy 2003 boring name, now my students take Let's Get Astrophysical, right? Imagine the enthusiasm. I feel like a director of the enthusiastic student. They're walking in class, wondering, what are we going to do? Sure enough, we are going to write a space opera. With what? Neutron star, black hole, pulsar, and supernova. And they create everything. Because I don't want them to sit down like you're doing right now. When you sit down, especially in your early 20s, your energy, your creativity implodes on yourself. This is a body that is meant to be used. So one set of the lecture are in a classroom, but the second set is in a performance studio. And we have all students having different talent. Again, there is nothing wrong with failing, try, experiment. So they come to class, they want to do Zumba, they want to do painting, they want to do fashion, they have a new starry night nail polish. That's fine with me, because again, we are delivering education through new media that connect with the young mind. Wherever we want to believe it or not, we are facing young people where the attention span is very, very short. Okay? Right. So think about either we team up with the media we have, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, iPhone, Apple Watch, whatever it is, we need to keep the tempo. We need to stay current, because it's almost impossible this day to have a meaningful dialogue with my student about the science, unless you tap in the dimension where they are. And let me add one more thing, lesson from the universe. The society we are in is moving. Do you see it, how accelerating it is? Right? Think about our iPhone. Everything is moving, accelerating. We need to keep the tempo, especially when we are doing education, which, by the way, I'm going to change the name to the college. It's not going to be College of Art and Science and Education. Forget education. It's going to be College of Art and Science and Engagement. That's what is education in 2020. Education is going to be engagement. Your children, yourself, will come to college, to university, sparkling with enthusiasm and activity, wanting to do, wanting to learn, because that's the truth. Yeah. And, higher education is opening up an amazing door. I am a witness, right? What would I do without higher education?
I love your passion to never give up and find answers through so many different mediums, and never say no to students. And the fact that you bring them into the theater, as you were talking about finding your passion in the theater too, and allow them to find astrophysics. Sorry, that was you, Lauren. As I'm coming around to you now, but taking them into the theater to find astrophysics too, and saying everything is applicable. And Lauren, I'm so impassioned by your journey. How did that come? What gets you up in the morning?
So, some stats like some really stark stats keep me going, to be
I'm
honest.
sure.
So there are 61 million Americans with disabilities. 1 in 4 adults in America has a disability. If we're talking about some big things in the news, you know, there hasn't been a single question at a presidential debate about, you know, disability. You know, fewer than 33% of people with disabilities are employed even though they want to have jobs. You know, there are all these, when we're talking about representation in the media, just 3.1% of primetime televised characters have a disability. We're not even talking about if actors are playing that role. We're just talking about if the character has a disability.
And Lauren, really quick,
yeah.
when you're saying disability, are you also talking about not just a physical
Yes.
disability, but a mental, talking about, I've recently worked with like the National Alliance on Mental Illness. Are you talking about?
Yes, so this is going by the definition of the Americans with Disabilities Act. So this is going to be physical, you know, wheelchair, someone who uses a wheelchair, someone who's deaf, someone who's blind. It's going to include learning disabilities. This is going to include mental illness. This also includes someone who has cancer. And so when you think of all the storylines that we see in entertainment TV, and we're talking about primetime television, just 3.1% have disabilities, including those with cancer. It's like, why are we so underrepresented? And then don't get me started on how little we're underrepresented when we're talking about intersections with other identities. Almost every single good representation is a straight, cis, white male in a wheelchair. And why is that so important? And I'm going to generalize very much here, and there's obviously, you know, exceptions to the rule. But a child in an inner city school who is more likely to be a person of color with a one-parent household who has a learning disability such as dyslexia or ADHD, the 2 most prevalent disabilities among children today, is much more likely to not be, you know, their disability to be caught by a teacher, because the teacher is going to be so overwhelmed with too many students. And they're going to get lost, and they're going to end up, you know, potentially getting in the school to prison pipeline, potentially getting suspended, potentially, you know, getting frustrated and leaving school. Now, if you are in an upper middle class school where you have 2 parents, you know, more likely to be white, your teacher is more likely to say, oh, your child might have dyslexia. Let's get your child tested, and let's get your child some early intervention. And I have seen the importance of showing disability representation, especially in television for children, where it's preschool age children, where their parents are also watching with them, where it can really make a difference in the idea that, oh, maybe I should think about maybe my child has a disability, and B, the stigma of, you know, being like, oh, I don't want to, you know, even consider that, but maybe I should consider it and get my child some early intervention so they have a chance to learn and a chance to succeed in life and have high expectations to be able to do everything. Because when parents and teachers give high expectations, I mean, I'll give an example of a show that's no longer on the air, Speechless. You know, when, you know, it was a boy with cerebral palsy, but his mother and family had high expectations for him, and even though he couldn't talk in the way that you and I are talking, you know, the series ends with him going off to college because of high expectations. So, like, why I care so much about representation in the media, and that includes news media as well as entertainment media, is because what we see on screen influences how we act in real life, and how we decide how, you know, what expectations we have for our own children, for the children we teach, for the people that we decide to employ. I know of a story where someone came in with no hands for a job to work in a warehouse. And he aced the first interview, but he wasn't brought back he wasn't on the list for the second round interview. And the supervisor said, oh, how come this person isn't on the second round interview? And the first guy who interviewed him said, oh, well, he doesn't have any hands, so how on earth could he work in a warehouse? And his boss said, that's not up to us for us to decide. If he came into interview, clearly he thinks he can do the job. He passed the first round. We need to bring him in for the second round and let him show us what he can do. He came in, he put on prosthetics. Now, was he the best? No. Was he the worst? No, he was right in the middle of the pack, enough to get a job. And so it was just a matter of giving people opportunities and not judging them ahead of time. And by having more representation on our screens, you know, you're talking about our phones, our watches, our everything, can really influence how we feel and in terms of, you know, in everything that we do in life.
That's amazing work that you're doing.
You
So
yeah.
important, so important.
It reminds me a little bit of what Gina Davis is doing,
Yes.
right? And really wonderful, wonderful things you said, and great things also for Gina Davis in terms of, if I may, for a female scientist, because female astrophysicists, we are. Do you think we exist? Have you ever seen one in the movie? Maybe we are extremely underrepresented, and our young children need to see that, you know, you exist, they exist. So absolutely, and
yeah, that's wonderful. Thank you.
Underrepresentation, all the stereotype that have to be shattered. Italian stereotype, what a scientist look like. This is something we cannot keep on carrying with us.
I've personally benefited a lot from Gina Davis and Manilyn Donato. They've kind of taught me and mentored me a lot because we are a very baby organization. We're only 6 years old. And so they actually just have a new study that came out in children's television where they've reached gender parity in terms of 50-50 representation in terms of female characters. And in that study, and I am very thankful that they are also tracking disability representation, you know, it's very, very low, just around 1%. But they found of that 1%, more than 30% are killed. This is in children's TV for ages 2 to 13. The disabled characters are killed.
Incredible.
So that brings us to my answer.
Yes.
on a light note. No, it's okay. It actually does lead into my answer a bit because, like I mentioned earlier, one of the things that pushes me and drives me is being able to bring underrepresented voices to entertainment and to those who are in leadership. I come from Hawaii, like I mentioned.
Yeah, I was going to ask also how that tied into, because you seem very impassioned also about you know, coming from there and how that affected. I'm not quite sure. Go on. Sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah.
So colleges don't necessarily scout in Hawaii. It's a little far for them to go. You know, some of them do sometimes, but I applied completely without even seeing my college campuses, all of them.
Wow.
Yeah, and so I did get accepted to a few, but my alma
And was
mater
that
accepted
mainly
me.
because, well, I'm sure distance ends. Was it also because of economics in your case? I mean, I'm sorry for asking
it's
that,
okay.
but I'm just curious, you know,
Yeah, for me,
how students who grow up in Hawaii are affected.
Yeah, I
and
mean,
kids who,
the rest of you most likely were able to just hop in a car and drive to whatever campus you wanted to. That's not the reality for those of us who are overseas,
Right.
literally
Right.
overseas. You know, those of us who are in Hawaii, in Hawaii or in Puerto Rico or, you know, Guam, places like that, it's very few and far between that you have access to these things. I was fortunate enough that Syracuse University had a website, and I was able to eventually download their application and send it in. Now this, you know, I might look young, but beige don't age. This was at the time where internet was new, okay? So that was a really big thing for me. And besides the cultural, there's also my family. My family had a few people go to college, but I was the first that I know of who went to a university. So that's a big thing.
Wow, that must have been scary and
Yeah.
very, very intimidating.
And to go
But
across
exciting.
the country.
Yeah, and at that time, I mean, we're virtual. You did a virtual tour of a college campus. If the virtual tour.
Oh, it wasn't even a virtual tour. It was
Okay.
just like, oh, there's
Pictures.
a picture. Great, I'll apply. It's a real place. You know, and besides all those things, I am actually one of the people that you mentioned who has a disability, but I have invisible disabilities, and we're even less represented. And so I'm in categories over and over again of underrepresented voices. And for me, it can be very challenging to be able to hold on to your voice and make what you're saying being heard rather than being just swept to the side. And so for me, that's one of the things that pushes me.
And how is that? How have you? Curiously, how have you spread that on so that you have made voices heard? I mean, obviously you have, but how do you share that with how do you make other voices heard? Particularly, I'm curious because you seem very passionate about you know, your youth and you know, being heard in your youth or not being heard in your youth
Yeah.
or being underrepresented in your youth, and how do you affect, you know, how do you inspire high school students? How do you, you know, at a time where you know, our it seems like our youth kind of need a lot of help and guidance, you know. I mean, always they do, but I'm just curious where you go in that direction.
Sure. Well, as far as high school students, I haven't visited many high schools recently, to be honest, though I have taken part in certain you know, leadership activities in the community where they bring you in for, you know, a career day and things like that. And I talk to them. Usually I prefer to go to educational facilities that have less resources, shall we say. So I spoke in Watts the last time I spoke. And basically I was sharing with those kids, you know, you do still have to study, and you still need to know A, B, and C to get into film and TV and video games and things like this. Like, a lot of kids growing up think, oh, I can just tweet my way to, you know, to excellence and to fame. And it's like, okay, maybe one or two people have done that, but more likely they're backed by their parents' fame and money to be able to do that. So if you want to actually have a semblance of a career, if you want to actually be successful at what you do, you know, there are certain things that you need to apply yourself to. And so that's one of the ways I speak into that. And, you know, being someone who has spoken at different conferences and things, I now have younger folks reach out to me often after something like this and say, you know, oh, please tell me more about this part of your career or how you tackled X, you know, whatever hurdle that they might be facing. And of course, I'll share that with them and hopefully give them some tools to be able to help them not fight as hard through that.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I love how you took a message that you received being, you know, in a state that, you know, you took something that was a micro and you turned it into a macro, because you have toured and spoken to a lot of in a lot of venues, which is really neat that you've shared that message or what you've learned, as a lot of you have. And with that, I really don't want to not open up to questions, because we always run out of time for questions. So let's open it up to questions. I have questions left, but
Can I say something else?
Yes,
please?
absolutely.
It will be. You know, I have a disability too.
Oh.
And mine is an accent disability.
Oh, linguist.
And like me, many other scientists, approximately 4,000 astrophysicists from Nepal, Vietnam, India, with an accent. They are American, they are Nobel Prize winner, they don't go on TV. We don't do commentary because of our accent. CNN will not get our commentary. They want a pure Anglo-Saxon accent or a pure American accent. I have a disability because I, like me, many other scientists, it's not that easy to get rid of an accent. Ask Schwarzenegger, right? Ask Deepak Chopra. It's our heritage also. And America is, the United States is made by many different groups. I actually did a statistic. I called, I should not say the name, but she's a great lady doing a great financial economy show. I did a statistical. I called the show. I pressed 170 times. I never, ever went on air because of my accent. I watched 170 shows. There were never Latino accent, Asian accent. It just, that is a disability. And trust me, we are the one losing culture, enrichment by to the side. Again, I guarantee you there are Nobel Prize American, they speak with a heavy accent, they never get to go on TV. They are unknown. And you know exactly what I'm saying, because a major network, they will never feature an astrophysicist with a French accent. And I actually have written down by a producer that they shy away. I will not mention the network. They shy away. So is this the America we want to build? Is this what we want to see in the future for our children? So that's my.
I think the issue is that there is, and I think that we're all touched on, is that there is a wide range of discrimination, based on disability, whether you can see it or not see it, whether you are foreign, whether you look foreign, hear foreign, sound foreign, whether you are a different race, a different sexual orientation, which we didn't discuss, but and I think that that's just, you mentioned diversity at the very beginning of this, and something that we all, care about, and all in different ways have the power through entertainment industry, through the news, through working with students, to try to make a little bit of change over time, because obviously nothing changes right away, even though we may all want that to happen.
Yeah, thank you for time. That's something I never thought of either, is the discrimination of an accent.
Yeah, well.
Coming from the Midwest, I just said, oh yeah, when I came out here, and then was quickly told not to say that. But thank you. Yeah, that's a really good point. So, questions? Mm-hmm.
I don't work for Gina Davis, sorry.
Mm-hmm. And also, you're not a disability on your accent. That's only if you accept it for what they said, you're disabled. No, that is a plus to me, a bonus, right? But anyways, so my question to all of you is that what would you do in each of your areas to ensure that all diverse women are in front of you for your projects and your, whatever you're doing? Make sure that you pass the baton on or light the candle.
Well, I'd love to point out my associate right there is Tatiana. So, and it's something that, and I talked about at the beginning, was ensuring that we are ensuring the diversity within disability. So it's different types of disability, ones you see, ones you can't see, and then, of different races, of different sexual orientations. In fact, and we didn't touch on this, but the biggest intersection is 30% of people who are LGB also have a disability. And obviously you can be any race, any gender, and have a disability. Right, and so that is something that that we focus on, and you mentioned before a lab program that we ran this past summer that was specifically for writers, directors, producers, animators, cinematographers, et cetera, all with disabilities. And it was a range of disabilities, and it was a range of races and sexual orientations and all the other types of diversities as much as we possibly could do. And it was all individuals who had trainings. They went to USC Film School, for example, or they had internships at the major studios who could step into jobs the next day. And they were all hosted at major studios, including Disney, NBC Universal, Paramount, Sony. And so we're, just like others are trying, we're putting forward people to make it happen, but it does take time, unfortunately.
Terry, I'm kind of interested to see, being in and on the news subject and on the news train, what your thoughts are on this. I'm going to tell you, just put you on the hot spot.
No, it's fine. No, it's really important. I think, from both for the work I do in digital as well as ABC News overall, it's really important. We're not representing our audiences if we're not fully representing their lived experiences and the challenges and the aspirations they have. So within digital, we've, on the GMA side, really focused on different lifestyle perspectives. So we've done, you mentioned this in my bio, but we launched a series about first-generation college students and what are the unique challenges they may be facing. We've actually really, interestingly, doubled down in our beauty and fashion coverage and really thinking about how are we doing that where it's inclusive of all hairstyles and makeup shades and body size, and so really trying to take that holistic approach. And that's on the content side, and then we do a lot of criminal justice reporting, and things that we appreciate impact, different parts of our audiences differently from one another's, and trying to make that understandable and approachable. I think also, we focus a lot on our pipelines. How are we really being thoughtful about reaching journalists and helping grow their careers from a lot of different backgrounds, both on camera as well as behind the camera? And I think, we take seriously our responsibility to be ever expanding the experts we bring in, the different commentators we have, and really thinking about how do we make sure that pool of people we're reaching out to, whether it's a story on mental health or a story on, a congressional law or something like that, how are we making sure that everybody we bring in is representative of different backgrounds and perspectives, as well as can represent the different focus our audience has. So we take it seriously kind of across those three different dimensions, whether it's content, whether it's talent, or whether it's the experts we consult.
I want to say, too, something that I think is sort of is really great about the country that we're in, too, and weigh in on this is, as far as beauty is concerned and plus sizes, how far we've gone as with women and the plus size models and versus in Italy, for example, where I think I'm going to get myself in trouble here, but probably seeing some of the modeling sizes that are still prevalent on the runways, and this isn't just a women's question, it's also a men's question, but, in Europe versus in America, where we're far more accepting now of women's sizes, just as a women's panel, is that seems like we've gotten somewhere, too, is with that, and our acceptance of different plus-size models. That's my aside for for whatever that is worth. But is that considered also, is weight considered discriminatory too, in a sense? And
I think absolutely. A lot of people like to discuss how we. I think there was actually an article recently about. I forget what they called it, but basically how people are biased against fatness. On the other end of that spectrum, I think that people forget that skinny people are people too. And I was actually a very, very skinny child. Like, my doctors thought I was anorexic or bulimic or both until they actually saw me eat. And a lot of people up until now comment on my body size and my body shape, and they see no problem with that. Whereas they might go up to someone larger and they would never say something like that. If they did, everyone would be like, oh, boo, hiss. But for some reason, it's okay because I'm smaller. That's something we should ask ourselves too. You know, is it okay to comment about people's bodies? In general, probably not. You know, unless they invite you to do that, you might want to keep your thoughts to yourself. You know? Yeah.
Amen to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, imagine in Europe, with Germany, France, and Italy, if we don't put on TV a German that speak Italian with a German accent, it will be a revolution. I mean, we welcome an Italian language with all sort of accent, and also the English, you know, the English that's spoken in Germany. So in Europe, since you mentioned Italy, I see a little bit less of a stereotype, like in the United States. I mean, we also don't have a history that the United States has. So going back to Europe and Italy, I think we celebrate diversity a little bit better. I know what you're saying about the fashion. They want a certain stereotype. I think they are moving away. Gucci, Versace. You can see already quite a lot of a different ad. You know, they are moving also past the gender, female and male. But yeah, I agree with you. In the States, having an accent is a disability. It is exactly. It's built. I mean, I personally lost millions of dollars in profit because of my accent. And it doesn't matter what you do, you still have an accent. You go to speech therapy. You have to decide at a certain point if you want to really forget my heritage and sound like a British accent when it's not my heritage. My heritage is Italian. That's where I would like to celebrate my Italian root. Even if I speak English with an Italian accent, so let me be. Accept me. Give me a microphone. Put me on show, because I guarantee you I can make a commentary on the solar eclipse better than my male colleague. They've been on TV forever. There is no female astrophysicist hosting any major TV shows on a History Channel or Discovery or Science Channel. Why?
Do you think, I mean, I get what you're saying about accent, but I wonder, because I feel like there's been this history of bringing men on more than women, do you think that plays a big part in it as well?
In science?
Just in general, in general, in science,
In science,
as experts.
I mean, all discovery we had in science, not only astronomy but physics, has been man-dominated. I mean, right? We were not allowed to do research. We were not allowed to have an education, right? The very first astronomer female were just collecting data, working on catalog of galaxies, the hidden figure at NASA, right? And so the whole history of the scientific discovery has been male dominated. And European men too, absolutely. Going back, of course, Einstein. But a few examples, is not the norm. Few examples, few of us, we can move forward to the future a little bit. I dedicated my own life to education. Every single day I have an impact on 600 students, Hopefully they do it better than me. That's my message.
And Terry,
Beat
what do
me,
you...
do it better.
But sorry, I'm curious too. Terry, what are your thoughts about as far as news trends and as far as newscasters, representation on air? As far as newscasters, I'm curious to see in the media how are voices heard now with males and females representing news and news sources? How do you feel your voice is heard as a female? Providing news and versus a male. Do you feel that there is a difference, or how do you feel that trend? Do you feel that there has been a trend in the last 5 years as far as representation of males versus females on air?
I think it's interesting. I feel very comfortable saying that I think for us, as well as kind of generally speaking for the industry, there is a good mix of gender representation, and we focus a lot on representation across different backgrounds too. I honestly, some of you think about just all our different shows on broadcast, it's a crazy fun group, right? Like you have David leading the evening, you have Michael and Robin and George in the morning, you now have like Kiki and Michael and Sarah, and then you have the amazing women of The View. Like it's a really fun mix of perspectives and gender and like personality. And I think since I've been there, one of the things I've appreciated so much is how vested and valued I'm told my perspective is. So whether it's when stories are happening and you're pointing out a perspective that perhaps historically has been overlooked, everybody in the news leadership is very open to that. When you're bringing new stories to the table, I always have an example I refer back to, which is about a year ago, we sat there in our 9 a.m. meeting where we all talk about the different stories we're covering that day, and we talked about that we were going to cover the disparity of access to menstrual hygiene products and period poverty. And I promise you that was the first time that had been spoken of at the table, but it was welcomed with open arms, and people were like, that's really interesting, and like we hadn't thought about that. So I think, and I was like, yes, and this impacts, right, like billions literally of people, it turns out, across the world. And so I think in my time in news, it's been a place of I think increasing openness and excitement to have these different perspectives brought to the table, and a recognition that no one wants to do business the way it's been done previously. Like people are really excited to really understand what does it mean to connect with audiences in more meaningful ways, and yes, an acknowledgement and appreciation that means we need better and ever increasing representation of the stories we tell and who's telling them. Mm-hmm. And I have to admit, coming from, it's interesting because my previous experience in news was in tech, right, which was also another place where, I think women were learning to take their voice in new ways, and I think it's exciting to see where things have gone, over the last 5 to 10 years, but it's a continual evolution. And I think the other thing that I take very seriously is making sure that everyone on my team, whether women, people of color, they feel empowered to voice, stories or changes they want to make, and that we take those seriously. Because going back to, I think, what someone said earlier, it's when you are in a position to make those changes happen, you have that responsibility to be very open to it, and then to help pass it forward to make sure that, we keep progressing and we keep keeping the best interests of our audiences and our employees in mind.
And from that thought, I actually want to jump back to answer your question.
Right.
When you do have that authority or that power, my recent choice was, in the last few years, I've actually hosted what I call Power Brunch, and this is something I do about once a year. and it's usually centered around a conference for professionals in the emerging media and technology fields. And so again, it's very diversity and inclusion focused. I make that abundantly clear and make it clear that it's not just about cultural differences, but also about physical, mental, emotional differences, because a lot of times those are forgotten. And so I actually hosted that this year. Power Brunch was at E3, and it went off without a hitch. And basically, it's a chance for established leaders to meet up with up-and-coming leaders in the field, and that way they have a support system. Because if you just say to someone, "Oh yeah, you know, go try harder, go do what that guy did," well, that's not really helpful. But when you actually put them in the room together and you say, "Oh yeah, she's been doing her best at school or whatever, and, leading this or that or the other thing, or, news broadcasting, or, did this project," and then you put her next to somebody who has actually excelled in that field, then that enables that person to even in a much faster and more tangible way be able to rise up. And so, yeah, that's one of the things that I do to pour back into my community.
Well, with that, I want to thank you all again, not run over on time, but thank you. And thank everybody who came today and posed great questions and listened and gave back. This is just an abundance of riches to have all of your experiences, all of your beautiful words, your trials and tribulations that got you here today where you are, and to be here and teach and share. So thank you, everybody, for this great panel.